Good morning. How's everyone doing? Beyond's getting wrecked. Yeah, everything kind of is. It's not getting wrecked that bad. It's just back under 7. Ooh, GoEV's up. GoEV's not getting wrecked. Also, Fubo's up. It's very interesting if this loses 55.75. Hmm. So dollar's flat overnight. Pound is up. NQ's only up point. NQ's flat. ES is up 20 points. That's weird. Dow and Russell up. Fucking Apple and Tesla getting hammered. Broadcom's up a little bit. Amazon, Google down. Nvidia's up like 2.5%. Hmm. Ooh, Enphase and FSLR. Kappa above 330. It's important MAs. Yeah, Cap moved a little bit this morning. I'd rather see it get above like 33 or 35 now, just because the positioning on it moved around a bit. Hmm. Let's see, 85.90. Second. SLR bounced off. Gamma neutral. Gamma max is just 70. Okay. Interesting. So resistance at 85. Upstayed range still looking like 55.90. Yeah. But I think those calls are sold. Hard to say. They just came in this morning. But a lot of the like 75s, 70s that went in the money sold off. So those already took profits. Above 85.90, there's actually fucking nothing. Yes, I'm thinking at least some amount of these calls are sold. They could get pressured out. Apple's getting a little bit of support. So is Google. Meta dropped. Features almost fully bounced back. Microsoft is clawing back a little bit. Yields are up, but barely. Forward yield on vol spiked really hard. No, is that okay? That's because volatility is being priced up in October. So the decision in France should start to see some money moving back into solar. I think the yields there are gonna start coming down, and that should see a drop in DAX over the next like few days as those spreads tighten back up. Oil's down quite a lot today, back down to 82.39. Excuse me. RSP's up 34 points. Russell up 107. Dow 62. No data, right? No, we got balance of trade out of Germany this morning, which was down a bit. WeBull auctions came in a little lower. U.S. consumer inflation expectations are at 11 o'clock. probably not a very important print. Oh, we have the 3 and 6 month auctions at 11:30. So we'll see if we find resistance on the positioning here. Also with core 1 month, it's just even lower, right? Yeah. DAX is like it's like the German NQ. Except I think it's 40 stocks. Has more support come in? No, not really. There's still a little bit of support at 75, but I wouldn't say it's grown much. What are the Greeks on NVIDIA? Gamma max is 134. Gamma neutral's 93. Hmm. Sounds like you're not bullish. Not particularly. I mean, did you look at the gamma curve this morning? It's like the meatballs. The meatballs smashed into the lid of the pot. Not that we couldn't sit there a little while. It's just, yeah, it's gonna be hard to keep it there. Ulta already moving out of the buy range. Okay. It's doing fine. It's only up like 1% so far. If you had to guess, am I bullish or bearish? I would just assume that you have 55-75 puts. Probably more of them than you can afford. Still most likely AFK due to real life. I couldn't catch the Sunday stream, but I wanted to ask if you think attempts at suppressing of oil by SPX bulls is totally over. Not necessarily. I mean, the CTAs are still fucking hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. They almost got pushed out 2 different times last week. We'll see if they're able to hold on to 82 this week. But it hasn't been looking great for them. Nvidia up 4%. Yeah, but unfortunately it can't carry the entirety of the market on its back. Yet. I'm trapped short at 54.95. Oh boy. I'm back after some activism that took all my time, a work trip, then a round of the virus. What's new in the last 2 weeks? Everything is bullish. SPX all time highs. You know, the usual. Looks like the bar rate on GoEV is now at 515.7%. Must be an incredible deal because there were 20,000 shares returned this weekend and immediately scooped up. Yeah. Who doesn't want to short it, I guess? Of course, Nvidia's up after it couldn't do anything on Friday, right? Yeah, I mean, a lot of the sold calls at like 29 and 30 fell off on Friday, too, though. Nvidia seem like the turtle that holds the world on its back and swims in space. Yeah, the Earth turtle. Yeah, or the planetary turtle. I feel silly for shorting ES this morning, thinking it was safer to short than NQ. You might be alright in the long run here. Why is EPAM not bullish? Because it hasn't fucking done anything for like 5 days. It's still just kind of grinding on that support. Maybe because Putin lost the French election. That seems big sad. A little uptick in volatility there. VIX is staying pretty elevated. End phase is fucking ripping. FSLR is having a little bit more trouble, which is odd. Usually FSLR would be leading the pack there. I guess it is percentage-wise still. We test 75. Yeah. Yeah, I think losing 75 is kind of bad. It's a pretty quick breakdown. I picked up some more sold calls at 85 on the bounce. I don't know if we're going to get enough momentum here to break through the support. Although, if NQ keeps selling off super hard, we will. Yeah, renewables are up because the French election landed more towards the center. So the debt concerns are waning. Not that France's debt is in a good spot. It's just that it's probably not going to get substantially worse under the new government. So the only plan the bulls vol shorts have is just keep going up. Well, I mean, if you stop going up, the only place to go is down. right? So France election results affecting solar. Yeah, it looks like it. For a second, I was worried I got in too late, but I'm actually really pleased to go long here at the start of another bull market. For Ulta, did you sell the 450 to straddle 380.90? No, I sold the 380, bought the 390 and the 450. I actually bought the 390, 420, and 450. But any thoughts on Upstart today? No. Is it doing something? Eh, it's at like 23. It's not getting any covering. I'm not really sure this level matters much. Most of the interest is at 25. If it breaks that, then it could get spicy. Is Cat 719 over? It still hasn't broken back above 35. Like if Cat breaks above 35, I'll enter it from like last week's play, but the positioning moved up. That's why I didn't re-enter on the trend test, because there's a shitload of sold calls at 35 and 32.50, which it's gonna struggle getting back above. Ooh, monetary policy report. I should post that for everyone. Boop. I will shave my long, luscious locks if we fail 5,500 today. That's a stretch. Even if we lost 55.50, there's support at 40 and 25. And stronger support than there is up here. Like longer dated. I don't like HE. I don't know why everyone keeps asking me about it. I feel like you've asked me about it a few times, and my response has been the same. Can they lose 70? I mean, 75 support. So, yeah, we could lose 75, but they're gonna try not to. And if they can hold ES above 75 and just pump dispersion, everything will move up nicely, right? Looks like they're hitting the gas on the 3-month dispersion a little harder today. He keeps buying duration. It's kind of annoying. Everyone. Banks. China. Yuan's still way off target. It's supposed to be at like 713. I'll pay off my house if we failed 5,500 today. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. We do have some range to the downside if we lose 75, but it's like $25, maybe $35. I officially hate this line. The FOMC is firmly committed to fulfilling its statutory mandate from the Congress of promoting maximum employment, stable prices, and moderate long-term interest rates. But they're making yields unspicy. Yeah, but I mean, well, the 2 years back up, which is a little, well, God, there's the moves on yields are just insignificant, really. If everyone is seeing the vol short long call trade work every day, why wouldn't everyone just pile in on it? They have. What the fuck do you think is going on? Literally everybody and their grandmother has piled into it, consciously or not. The December options for Ulta have like no OI. Switch the date. I thought overcrowded trades break. Eventually. Bulls can be wrong and yet be right for a very long time. If you haven't noticed. What's up with EPAM spread and October options? The fucking options chain is not, it's not exactly stacked. I mean, EPAM had its options chain removed for a long time because there was so little interest on it. Then after, I think after this drop, it got it back. So there's not like a lot of OI built up. Bull wrong right since October 2023. Well, I mean, we in no small part due to the government just bailing them out of another potential crash scenario, right? I mean, that's really what we got over the last year and a half was we got bailed out of 2 crashes. I don't know. It's just like mint. My buddy makes it. Yes, going back into 5620. Asking for an early, very wrong bear. Right. So I mean the trend on ES is still down around like 5623. If this upside breakout fails, yeah, I would say that back under 5620 is not ridiculous. Even a retest at like 5600, 5605 to maintain the bullish trend wouldn't be like out of the question. Indices are up 5% since the beginning of June. How has VIX remained flat during that time? Because the demand for volatility has been increasing as people have expanded their bond holdings, right? Most bond funds are going to hedge their bond portfolios with volatility, right? So the demand for volatility has remained fairly consistent despite our move higher. Normally, with such a strong move up, we would expect like a pretty significant amount of volatility shorting. And even here where we're trading now, we're really not seeing a lot of puts being sold, right? I mean, a large chunk of the short vol position is so far out of the money now that they can actually de-risk it. They haven't started to, because once they start, then things become very chaotic. But they could start to in this price range. We got bailed out of a 2020 crash too. Yeah, that's true. It's crash bailing all the way down. We got fucking hoisted out of a few back in 2022 also. Good morning. Dump it. Maybe. It's kind of distributing out a little bit, but we still have support at 25 or 75 rather. Q's a little weaker. Hmm. It's kind of a harder rejection than I wanted to see on that. How's Enphase doing? Why is Enphase overperforming? Hmm. Oh, because Enphase is way the fuck under delta neutral. Interesting. Has a lot more upside puts than FSLR does, though. Youch. I have some room at like 110 in the longer term. Some weird fucking price action. For returns are pretty flat. Indexes are a little bit corrective, but which one isn't? Hmm. Interesting. Support 55, 75, 560. RSP is starting to slump a little bit. IWM failed the high test at 203. Ooh, I should close my 202 short puts on IWM. 201? Yeah. What do you think about Cat? Not really interested unless it gets over 35. They're pumping out the fuck out of Nvidia. Yeah, they are. Doesn't seem like it's matters much though. Okay. Okay, we lost 75. Go time. I'm gonna leave a gap there, aren't we? Supported 220. A little bit of 225. Very choppy through here. Needs to get back above 240 to start getting bullish again. ES is testing the prior high. Well, as long as it stays under 75, the chances of it bouncing are a little shittier. I'd like it to lose 68 though, because that really will open up a bigger downside move. Also, kind of expect them to just defend the fuck out of 68. QQQ 496 is quite the resistance. DVN's getting bracked. Okay. Of course, ES VWAP happened to be exactly at the previous high. Kind of makes sense, actually, doesn't it? FSLR support here. Yeah, there's support at 220. There's a little bit of support at 225, 227, which we already lost. But we'll see. It could push back up. Kind of needs to get past some of this put interest. It did a little bit already, but there's some more at 230. 230 is going to be tough to get over. Short-term call interest is picking up, though. Oh, we filled the upside gap, but didn't break out yet. FSLR filled. It's nope, it didn't. Almost filled its gap from this morning. Yeah, we probably want to see this stay under 75. Right there, 75.50, I guess. What happened to my line here? All right. FSLR back in play. We'll see. Bulls are definitely trying to rebuild a bottom here. So it could be. If it gets back above 240, it's got a bunch of out of the money call interest. Ulta could move faster. That's why I kind of got uncapped upside exposure. Visa, my buddy works for them and said they're asking employees to voluntarily quit. Then the stock started moving up. Bullish because potential layoffs, maybe in the short term. If Biden's actually forced out and replaced with a new candidate, would that be bearish or bullish or a nothing burger for the market? It would probably increase volatility. Which is, slightly, well, slightly bearish. I mean, they're going to sell it. They're going to sell any increase in volatility, but it could see volatility increase. Hmm. An odd positioning. Looks 3-month is moving up a little bit now. Dollar is starting to crawl back a little bit, and the euro slumped. Pound is still up against the dollar quite a bit. Yen's stabilizing a little, falling back to like 160.50. Ooh, correlation's breaking down. Looks like they're having a little bit of a hard time keeping correlation where they want it. It's moved up a little bit today. Not a ton. This still looks fucked. Hmm. Ooh. Okay, this is getting kind of spicy. It's not like we're at extreme levels or anything. No, not at all, right? It's totally normal for fucking 1 month correlation to be at all-time lows. We just you know what it is? We just need to form a new index, the S&P 50. Any more to Siri, or do you think just back down? No idea. I don't pay attention to it at all. Looks like it got fucking crushed. July 11th, something of Trump postponed to September, even though it's regarding conviction on non-official act. Evidence was submitted to jury of official acts, maybe immunity. I mean, the judge is going to revise their decision around the new Supreme Court ruling, and probably discount evidence before making a final decision because they'll want to be able to defend their decision. Because I'm sure whatever they decide is going to the appeals court, right? Bitcoin is getting hammered. It's just finding its intrinsic value. Hmm. $0. Exactly. I was typing random tickers. Have you been diagnosed with autism yet? You should think about it. Yeah, I'm already in Ulta. 11 when I get 3 months of theta and it immediately breaks out. Gaff's fine. He doesn't hold his Bitcoin like a moron. I want to buy a put, but that means we'll go up. I'm not even sure if AJ buying a put here would be bullish. Probably would be. But we are doing a thing. Ooh, I have profits to lock in. Look at that. Market woke up and chose the bear. Curious. Oh, that's nice. Why the fuck is that playing through my speakers? There we go. That's annoying. How the fuck do you guys listen to that shit all day? I mean, at this point, I would play the breakdown and dispersion, right? So I would short vol the top 50 and then long vol the index, which I already am. So I don't need the ETF to take a commission on it and then underperform the actual dispersion trade. Fuck you, FSLR. Oh, you bitch. Well, we filled the gap and then bounced back to safety. Well, a little bit of safety. This still doesn't look great, though. Next support is 65. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be very important. Is there any actual fucking downside support? No. There's a shitload of puts at 50 and 45. Ooh. Hmm. It's 10 cents. Hmm. How much is that? Maybe like a 94 BPS drop. That's a bit excessive. We're not going at 5640 right now. Maybe 5600, but probably not today. We're done squeezing the calls out, right? All the calls that were there to be squeezed have squeezed. Now if we get a few days and short calls reposition again to the upside, sure, there might be more to squeeze out. But right here, the bullishness should be pretty dead. Most of the buying occurred between like 5470, 5500, right? Like everything from like 5500 and up was just short calls squeezing. That's another reason vol stayed so high. But largely those have squeezed off. The calls up here are also sold but shorter dated. So, I mean, even if they did squeeze off, they wouldn't squeeze off very much. And we already failed to squeeze out the 85s and 90s this morning. NVIDIA PT increased to 150 by UBS. Generational dip buying opportunity. Is now a good time for 1050 VXX weeklies? I want to get weeklies because the expiration's not till next Wednesday. I mean, both on the options chain and in the technicals, this looks pretty exhausted, like overbought with no buyers near the money, like no strong buyers near the money. A fail of 50 would be very bearish. It's like the only support in the 5500 range. There's some minor supports at like 5540, 5525, but they're not strong by any means. 5550 is a definitively strong support, but it's kind of the only one. I would expect that we'll stay above 5550 if possible, probably through the JPOW speeches. Those have a chance to upset things, but really only if the narrative turns. And then, CPI, PPI obviously have a chance to upset the apple cart. But NQ's been kind of selling off pretty hard today. Is testing 55.50 today likely at all? Well, it's a lot more likely now that we've failed 75. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely a chance. It's Gamma Max on Ulta. It's in the post. No worries. Jesus Christ, that's fucking ripping. Oh, I hate it when I do this. I feel like above 400, I should be buying some shorter dated calls. What do I want to get? Maybe I got some like July, June 410s. Yeah. You still like Amat? It's yeah. I mean, I'm still long Amat. If that's what you're asking, I did take some profits on it on Friday when it started to falter a bit, but I'm not completely out. What do you hate? Picking things that work? No, just like when I buy Theta and then the fucking stock goes up 6% the next day. It's irritating because diminished returns, but whatever. I guess it's only up 3.5 so far. Energy should start to outperform. I mean, if we get any kind of correction, energy and utilities are energy, utilities, and health services are all beat down pretty hard. Even health tech's kind of been ground down a bit. He's not my boy. He's whatever. He's just grifting then. That's fine. I got out of Amat with a 40% gain at open. Nice. Who am I grifting? Hmm. Ooh, dollars picking back up a little bit. Nice. Euro's still slipping. Sterling's starting to fall a bit. Yen's still pretty stable. How's gold looking? Can I add here? Fucking broke out of that wedge. I retested. I might add it. I might add to this. Where did it test? 53.76. Are they turning SPX around? They might try. I still need to get it back over 75. It's not like they're V'ing it here or anything. It's definitely on the weaker side of the weaker side of the support. GME moving for a 25 test. Still has ETF FTDs today and tomorrow. Yesterday you mentioned closing straddle legs 0.3% from spot. It was an example. I'm not watching specifically for a 0.3% move. I was just giving an example of how you would want to close the position out. I did close the long side this morning already of my Friday straddle. Oh shit, 1 second. I get that it's an example. Is the percent from spot on the contract value? Well, the contract value would change from where you entered. Uber Eats, we have your breakfast from Friday. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to get some refunds because I had like 3 deliveries last week that just never came. I don't even want to deal with it. Why is T-Doc being sub $10 an attractive proposition to you, AJ? VIX down, SPX flat. What mean? I don't really think it means anything yet. Could be call selling. Oh, hey, Dork woke up. Morning, Dork. Hmm. Yeah, so it looks like Delta goes negative around 68 here. Bro, I messaged in the chat. Yeah, I know, but I'm not entirely there yet either. Tedious refund procedures. Oh, I don't call Uber anymore. I just call Amex and tell them Uber didn't deliver my shit and they stop the payment. I haven't talked to like Uber Eats customer support in like a year. Yeah. You can literally just get a refund in the app. You can like twice. And then they start to do shit like, okay, we'll give you $10. Like you'll order something for like $80 and they'll be like, we'll give you $10 back. And they're like, but you didn't deliver the food. And they'll be like, yeah, but we'll give you $10 back. Which is the most absurd response. But yeah, I'm not gonna fucking sit there and haggle with some fucking AI, right? I'm just gonna. Don't they cancel your credit card or block your card? I'm sure they will eventually. So far, they haven't. Is this very bullish for Uber? Calls on Uber? I don't know. DoorDash should get the option to redeliver or a full refund every time. That must be nice. I don't get that at all. Sometimes they'll deliver like the wrong food to me, and I'm like, this isn't what I ordered. And they'll be like, oh, we'll give you $5 off your next order. DoorDash is even worse than Uber. They're not gonna block their best customer. It's just so much more efficient with Amex. I just call them, tell them the charges, and they give me my money back, and then they fucking deal with it. Do you have a black Amex card? I have a platinum one. I'm not. I don't want to pay the fee on the black card. That's ridiculous. I ordered a pizza. The restaurant called and said the oven wasn't working. The driver still attempted to go through with delivering nothing. I'm like, what a piece of shit. Is the black card anything more than a flex? I don't think so. Gherk has the metal card and he sharpened one edge on his whetstones. Can we see the card front and back? Yeah, I could buy a house on my credit card, but like a shitty house. Also, who's gonna take a credit? What? Never mind. I set up for new cards every year to get the 15 months 0% APR free loan. Nice. I don't even want to know what you think a shitty house is. I don't know, like a starter home. You know, you can get a really nice house somewhere outside of New York, Hampton Hills. Lies. Consumer inflation expectations. Oh, yeah. They haven't printed yet. I don't think they're going to matter much. Girk's such an elitist about housing as he lives in the affluent version of Section 8 housing. Okay, it's not Section 8 housing, it's simply rent controlled. Uh, 12-year ahead expected inflation, 1 year ahead expected inflation at 3%. Sorry. $12-month. It's very non-flex of you. What? You mean my super cheap apartment? It's cheaper than your mortgage, maybe. Wait, what's your mortgage? Less than your apartment? Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. None of these numbers get down to the 2% goal. No. But that's not what's important, right? Section 8 housing is like living in like a fucking like the projects. Rent stabilized and rent controlled is just well, mine's actually stabilized. But rent control just means they can't change the rent. And then rent stabilized means that they're limited on how much they're allowed to change the rent. Generally, like most nice buildings have like a bunch of rent stabilized units because they want to break on taxes from the city. But they're supposed to have like a very specific lease. Otherwise, it's impossible to get the tenants out. $55.80 incoming. Probably bullish if we break over 75 here. I don't think the breakout on the inflation data is all that impressive. This is pretty low volume. And we're still under the 75 support, so we'll see if we break to the upside of it. The landlord must assume the supine position, allow the rent-controlled tenant into their ham flower for an indefinite period of time. States with tenant rights. How terrible, Dork. What's probably more fucked up is that I can sublease my apartment for more than I pay for it. A lot more right now. It's un-American. How do you know when a friend wants to extract your liquidity? What are the signs? I don't know. I feel like they'd hop on the stream and tell me every single day. I love how general welfare policies are just seen as communism in the US. You can thank Reagan and McCarthy for that. Your situation will only work in New York, where you're dealing with guerrillionaires who run the slums. Yeah. Well, or any other major city that has rent control, I suppose. Out here, mom and pop get hosed by overreaching tenant rights. Yeah, they can. My mom manages a couple properties, and the amount of rights given to the tenants has absolutely fucked her over on a couple of occasions. You're in Nevada. Nevada has like that's like the worst tenant rights in the entire country. Oh, in California. California's a bit stronger. And I feel like in Nevada, you can like as a landlord, you can breach the lease with like a decision in small claims court. I mean, you're gonna get a judgment for the repairs, though. Was one dude just abandoned the place with all his shit in it? Was it worth anything? That sounds sad. Like he lost all his stuff. No. I had to pay my old tenant 2K to leave, and they left a dumpster worth of trash. Gross. Was he just a drug? Tell your mom to stop renting her house to drug addicts. They're so sneaky. No, they're not. When have you ever met a sneaky drug addict? It sounds like Dork's mom's really nice. Functioning alcoholics can turn into non-functioning alcoholics pretty quickly. Oh, 1 second. Maybe it's just, is it just in like a shitty area? Is it a gated community? I would never want to be a fucking landlord. Did you tell her that she can get 5% on bonds? I've been yelling that at my parents ever since my dad sold the company. Let me guess, they want to buy more property. No? Well, that's good. He said while owning his building and a rental house on Long Island. I don't own my building. What's another good way to make money besides trading and doing an actual job? I thought landlord would be easy money without me having to work. Oh no, being a landlord's a giant pain in the ass. Especially if you're not, if you don't have like hundreds of properties and you can't just pay someone to manage them for you. You could always be an international arms smuggler, but that's an actual job. Could you own your building? No, not at all. I think the penthouse here sold for like, it was like 80 or 85 million. I definitely couldn't fucking buy this. I can help move things around borders if I am needed. Andrew Left couldn't buy it either. No, he couldn't. How many square feet is your apartment? I think it's like 2,000. But 1,000 of that's just my hallway. And Roomba storage. I only have 4 Roombas. Have you ever seen a hot lady on the elevator and hit the penthouse button as a flex? Then take it back down once she leaves. You have to have the key to hit the penthouse button. So you have to like turn a key and then you can hit the penthouse button. Otherwise it's locked. You can't even press it. You can buy amazing villas in Spain, France, Italy for $1 million. Why would anyone spend that in New York? Because it's not Spain, France, or Italy? I do have more than one Roomba. There's a stair in my house. And I tried putting a ramp in, but the Roombas wouldn't go down it. So I bought 2 more Roombas for my other room. Also, one of the Roombas mops and the other vacuums. The penthouse dude doesn't have a helipad. I don't think he's ever here. I've seen him once, I think. He's got a nice car. Do they clean well enough? Yeah, they're not bad. They help with allergies. One time, one of the Roombas went off the stairs and landed on the other Roomba, and I couldn't find it for like 5 days. But my one Roomba was just driving around with the other Roomba directly on top of it. King me. Yeah, like checkers. Is your hallway 100 by 10? It's not that ridiculous, but yeah, it's really long. I have like a really long fucking hallway that goes like this, and then that like opens up into my apartment, which is like out here. But this is probably like 40 feet. Can you check the HAL chain for 816? Are those puts sold? Ooh, I don't know. Um, they might be. Yeah. Wait, that's not right. Hold on. Yeah, I think they are. The ones at 32 look like they might be. The in the money ones, I'm not so sure about, like 35, 36, 37, but those are further out. The 36 ones might be bought. It's a lot of short interest in oil. What's the SPX positioning looking like? Almost exactly the same as it looked this morning. Still just support at 75 and then a big pile of fucking calls at 85 and 90. It looks like the long calls have fallen off at 85 and 90, but the short calls are still there. If it doesn't break above 75, things don't get bullish again, right? There's no chance to squeeze out the short calls without some kind of support. NQ's ripping though. Why is the Fed bidding on every auction recently? Weren't they not for a while? They weren't. But they still have mandatory buys that they have to do. And as more and more of their balance sheet rolls off, they'll have to do more and more mandatory purchases. They haven't exceeded the minimum, like the mandatory purchase amount though. Like they're not buying excess treasuries. They're just buying what's required. Are there any closets or anything attached to that hallway? There's a closet at the end of it. Is it still a good place here at 398? I don't see why not. Did it fall back below 400? Yeah, a little rejection though at 403. Looks like 403.25. Might want to wait till support is found because it didn't find support at 400. God damn. NQ is so tenacious. AVGO's ripping again, by the way. Ooh, Apple moved back to positive. If Apple hits 230 this week, I'm selling calls on it. FSLR got an upgrade from Jeffries today to 258 from 211. Maintained by... What's up, Nick? Oh, that's nice. Hmm. Auctions in 5 minutes. Yep. Pretty big ones, too. Interesting that they didn't hold 75. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. Rejected a little. I mean, NQ rejected also off of the new high. Mm, momentum looks a little bit weak. It's getting a little weaker on longer time frames too. Hmm. I think we might get a correction by the end of this month, or at least start one by the end of this month. That'd be cool. GME looks like it's going to get a pop any day. If it makes it through the ETF FTD period without running, it's going to not get a pop for a while. It looks like short puts are closing out. Beyond isn't murdered at all. It just fell back to the uptrend. Yeah, I know what pop means. Is GoEV still of interest? Yeah, I'm still long. It broke out, but it's still getting shorted really fucking hard. Any updates on Beyond? Still on Reg Show, right? What would there be to update? I think it's still got several more days before there's any covering. It's 7 days on Reg Show now. Today be the 8th day on Reg Show. Yeah. So with Reg Show, nothing spicy until the 13th day? Not necessarily. I could cover before then. Do we have auction results? Maybe. Fed bids 4.3 and 3.9. 3-month bid to cover 2.84. High yield 5.23. 6-month bid to cover 2.95. High yield 5.08. So both of them down a little bit from the prior auction. Bid to cover is a little worse on the 6-month, but better on the 3-month. So people are looking for short-term cash, which means we should probably continue to see repo drop. Do you have the AVGO Greeks? Yeah. Gamma max is 1765. Gamma neutral's 1458. How was your 4th of July? Yeah, I went out to the Cape. It was wet, very humid. Repeat a Friday where this just drifts up all day. I mean, ES isn't moving up. It's just flat. And more bearish under like 55.68. Like if we lose the support here, that's gonna be pretty rough. Here, I'll mark it. What's the Cape? It's a really boring part of Massachusetts. Actually, all of Massachusetts is boring. The Cape's just even more boring than the rest of it. Do you go to Massachusetts often? I have a few friends that live up there. One of my really good friends works at State Street in Boston, and so I hang out with him every once in a while. Not I wouldn't say often, maybe every like 3 months or so. So the weekend before quad witching settlement to ask Win Crash. I would never ask him for any financial advice ever. How do you acquire friends? Just go out and meet people? I have an active social life. What happened to Vix this morning? What do you mean? Nothing? Went up over the weekend? No, it's not a fever dream. How many of your friends know your real name? All of them? Well, actually, most of them? I only have like a couple of friends that know that I trade for a living. I don't really tell anyone. Telling people you're a trader is the worst. They either treat you like you're a piece of shit, like degenerate gambler, or or they just spend the entire time they're around you asking for financial advice. Did everyone just rotate out of Nvidia into Tesla? Dispersion had to go somewhere, and everything else was capped out. Tesla's the only other, like one of the only other stocks with enough ETF exposure to be part of the Mag 7. So, it was almost like if they're pushing dispersion, it's almost inevitable that Tesla will be the beneficiary of some of it. Are any of them better than you at it? Return on risk wise? No. What? Gross. If they were, I'd stop hanging out with them. What do you tell other people when they ask what you do? I just make shit up. Or I'll say something really generic like private equity, which is technically true. Just say you're a sushi chef? Huh. No. I don't want to I don't want to cook for people. Slowest breakdown ever. It's not quick. It's also not really a breakdown because we found support. And there's an upside gap, which we'll probably push. And then just trade flat more. It's gonna be a rough day. Just say you're a trust fund baby? No, because most of them are trust fund babies and they know each other. How'd you go about constructing the perfect peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Wheat bread, chunky peanut butter at a 70-30 ratio to jelly jam. And then anything but grape. Grape's disgusting. Also, it's not tart enough. I like to go with underwater basket weaver or sea-doo salesman. Nice. You don't toast the bread? Just tell them you studied the blade. You sharpen knives for a living on Japanese water stones. The first step for hanging out with rich people is never admit to doing anything with your hands. Grape is disgusting is probably the most racist thing you've said. How? Grape jelly is fucking gross, man. What about simple I do imports, exports? Yeah, but then they're gonna ask me questions about imports and exports, and I know nothing. Right, so it's then I've got to get into like a whole conversation about like shipping container costs and where I think, there's weaknesses in the supply chain, which just starts to make me sound more and more like a trader. And then they get suspicious. I say this from experience. Do trust fund kids care about that stuff? Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, at least the ones I know all work in finance, right? So they're always trying to steal everyone else's ideas. So anything they hear, anytime they hear anything with even a glimmer of intelligence under the surface, they'll try to pass it off as their own thing. They sound like assholes. Yeah, that's why I like them. How do you make sure a girl doesn't like you for your money when you start dating? I just want her to love me for me. Costco clothing. Just say you're retired. Nope, that creates more questions. Because then they're like, "That's unusual. Why are you retired so young? Are you disabled?" I get questions like, "Do you ever fucking do anything?" from both my boss and wife quite often. We failed to fill the gap, which is interesting. Just tell them you're an internet cult leader. Hmm. No. Definitely don't say psychotherapist. It turns the conversation into therapy sessions. They just want to start telling you about everything. I absolutely rock Kirkland clothing. Also, I mean, come on. They sell Caterpillar sweatshirts. It's true. You said you don't think Jimmy will run for a while. Well, if it doesn't run today or tomorrow, when do you think it'll next run? Or is it going to run as much as recent times? I mean, maybe it's got a little potential around OPEX if it stays around 24, 25. The open interest on the chain's just been falling off a lot, though. And like, the short puts have been closing out, so it's starting to like bleed support. Vol's down, but not back down to like historic lows. So it might like run off one more time towards GM, which isn't very far out of the money, and then it'll probably move down under 20 after that. People do that even if you don't say you're a psychotherapist. They can smell a listener from a mile away. Hey man, you give me so much hope that I can accomplish my dreams. For example, I'm still hoping to one day be a trust fund baby, going for that late stage adoption. Maybe you have a like great aunt who's rich that you don't know about. Can confirm, I've been told I'm a good listener, and people just trauma dump on me. Just tell them you don't care about their problems. It's really easy. It's like one sentence. Just look them right in the eyes. Be like, I don't give a shit about your problems. And then walk off. Unfortunately, no. My mom's side has a ton of uncles and aunts, but drug addictions, no money. And then I have an aunt. Like, okay. Do you think Carvana will rally end of day like it did Friday? I keep getting excited over the opening dumps. It might keep chopping here, but I think the trend is down in the long term. Is Ulta dumping or repositioning? I don't know. It's pulling back a bit. It's nowhere near my risk, so I don't particularly care. It just pushed like a new local high, right? So some rejection and profit taking could be expected. I know I'm probably older than you, but do you want to adopt me? No. That list is already too long. Also, you're Canadian. It's too much paperwork. I can't imagine looking someone in the eye and telling them I don't care about their problems. I think maybe that's actually my problem. It could be. You should work on being more of an asshole, Jen. It saves so much time. Like, it's just the most efficient personality type. I don't want to talk about tractors. What if I told you I was dying? Sucks. Are you ready to groan and shake your head? Usually. Jen, if you can trade stocks, you can do anything. What if I told you I was dying? Oh no. What can I do to get you some more free time? Flip flop womp womp. Everyone's dying all the time. I was finishing up my morning shit. Time to wash my hands. I pump the soap dispenser. Nothing. I have more soap, but instead I put a little water in the bottle, shake it up, boom, soap. So you got shit all over your soap dispenser, is what you're telling me. Poor alert. This is so boring. Yeah. The good news is because today's boring, the next 2 days will probably be really boring as well. Could you tell Dork that he's just washing his hands with water and water? Well, soapy water, like pho. Have you ever thought about just keeping a bowl of pho next to your sink, Dork? I think the noodles would really get in between the cracks and crevices. My mom used to do that with shampoo. Nothing like a cold splash of water to remind you how sad and broke you are. Well, lime's a natural disinfectant. You know you can get most of the germs off your hands with just water, right? Water and friction. Most is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but you are correct. Hydrostatic bonds are amazing. That's how my second kid was made. That's what we tell the surgeons in the operating room. Nice. I hold my hands underwater for 30 seconds to drowned the germs. I just lick the germs off. You guys ever wash your hands with gasoline? It's an interesting experience. It's a hell of a solvent. How about a designated bleach bowl to keep clean hands in the bathroom? What kind of concentration are you thinking? That could work. I just coat my hands in 91% isopropyl alcohol and set them ablaze. Nice. You shake them really fast. The best soap is that gritty orange stuff my dad had under the sink since I was born. Oh, fuck is that shit called? Gojo. Does Gojo have a ticker? I don't even know if the company that made the original product still exists. They just sold one bottle to every mechanic shop in the United States once, and then no customer has ever bought another bottle of it since. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. You know what's amazing? Barkeeper's friend. Best unique experience touching industrial strength mainline cleaner clog removal. Tingly sensation as the tip of my index finger melts away. Oh shit. I didn't know they made Purell. Huh. You said Delta turns negative around 68. Well, that was like an hour ago, but I could look again. I sold my put when we filled the gap. It hasn't looked like it's worth buying one since. Let's see. Yeah, still there. 68, 69. Starts to turn a bit negative. Charm's actually negative here, which is weird. Still supportive at 50 though. Oh damn, VX fell under 12. Holy fuck, this is boring. I would like us to get back into the 50s today. Mostly so I can close my straddle. I used concentrated sulfuric acid to clear a kitchen drain once. It worked great, sizzled in the pipes, released a toxic cloud that nearly asphyxiated my family while they slept. That's a bit much. Look at the income balance sheet of AKTS. Ew. Hmm. They're in a debt spiral. Yeah, I mean, between cost of goods sold and operating expenses, they're carrying a net loss quarter over quarter. Their margins are falling more steeply negative, and they're clearly in a spiral of debt that they can't get out of because their cash flows are insufficient. I mean, this looks bearish as fuck. There's nothing left on, like, to short on it, but it doesn't look good. '50s? That seems so far away. It's really not. It's, and the failure of 68's a little bit more bearish. I should have just shorted YM. Yeah, it probably would have been better to short breath here than S&P. Dow went down hard. Or NQ. I mean, it doesn't matter. It looks like they're going out of business, right? Unless they get some financing or something. It looks like they're fucked. And they've had a long time to fix their debt burden or try to refinance, and they haven't done shit. Dow, IWM. Dow's down now from Friday. IWM's up a little bit. Actually, it's up quite a bit. It's up like 60 points. Has it ever been that diverged? No. Well, oh, yeah. The last few weeks, I mean, breadth has not been keeping pace at all. We bullish or bearish or flattish? We fell below the bigger supports on S&P, so we can keep falling here at 65. There's not a lot of support till we get down to 50. Um, Bulls might still come in and try to defend the drop, but it's weak. Charm's negative. It's just not moving quickly. Delta's negative here now, also. Gamma's almost negative. Futures fell back into the broadening wedge. There might be a little bit of support on futures at like 56.18, but I don't think there's really any major support until, or well, even minor support until we get down to like 56.10. Like this should just break with momentum. What would you say to people that claim GME will only squeeze if the market crashes? Maybe after the market crashes, but not during a crash. Why would it, like, why would there be a squeeze on GME when all the active funds would be selling? I mean, well, the biggest problem with a lot of those people is that they think there's like some sort of mysterious entrenched short position that's just existed for years, which is horseshit. I don't see anyone being in any trouble because the market crashes. Shorts might close if the market crashes. Like whatever shorts are on it might close out in the event of a market crash. People would probably buy the dip because of the fanatical following, right? If Jimmy went down to like $1, I'd fucking buy it. And if the market crashed, Jimmy would probably go down to $1. Like a real big crash. No, it won't. Why not? What do if JPA Volckers it to save the US? 12% interest rates. I mean, that won't be bullish. If that were to, he's not going to do that ever. But if that were to happen, it wouldn't be bullish. There must be better things to buy at times like those. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, companies that do stuff. But don't underestimate the number of super stockers that would full port everything they have at like fucking $5, right? So the returns immediately following could be outsized. I feel like if the market were to really crash at this point, it would probably, it's either going to be mechanical or it's going to be entirely Nvidia's fault, right? Maybe if GME goes under $2, DFE can buy enough shares to get Cohen out. If the market crashes, I'm selling everything I own and going all in on Tool. If Toll goes under $9, oh man. I mean, they have enough cash now that like, and Cohen hasn't bought more since the dilution. So if there were a market crash, there would actually be a serious threat of someone buy like trying to buy the like do a hostile takeover. Yeah, Beyond's still on reg show. If cat ever goes back to 159, that's the real full port. Yeah. Is it normal for QQQ to be up 90% in a year and a half? No. Obviously not, Bob. Can we get a put capitulation bounce here? It's not a lot of puts. We might get more sold puts here because Vol's up. Maybe at like 60. I don't know. Look at the fucking look at the 60 contract. Are they selling the fuck out of it? A little bit. Damn, 1700 volume on the bounce. This might get squeezed out again. That's kind of fun. Yeah, I would say that if we stay under 68 here, that probably get more downside continuation. The upside gap's kind of far away and small. So I don't see a lot of impetus to push back there. They're a little skittish with selling the put off. Like normally, like on a strong bounce, they would have continued to sell the put here, right? And try to push it down to like back down to like 250. The fact that they sold so many on the bounce and are now underwater on a chunk of them is not necessarily a good sign. Still time to dig them out, but if this moves back to that high test, like the contract moves back to like 520, even 5, that's going to start to squeeze the ones that just sold back out, right? Which is going to drive the contract premium higher. Is the money from BTC going into QQQ? Who cares? It's like not even that much money. BTC is not even big enough to be in the Mag 7. No, almost not big enough to be in the Mag 7. I guess it's still a little bit bigger than Tesla and Meta. Tesla's at 816 right now. The yen's starting to get hammered a little bit again. Uh, Dork. Is Ulta done already? Dude, I bought fucking options out in like December and January. We doing stuff? We're doing this, Dork. Look at that sneaky vol. Right? That's amazing how much people overestimate BTC's market cap. Yeah. You said we can only cut rates if Japan raises them. Why is that the case? Because all of our banks are massively over leveraged into the carry trade in order to make money on the spread between borrowing in Japan and lending in the US. And if we cut rates, that will collapse the spread and our banks will be fucked. So if you figure that the primary goal of the Fed is to prevent bank failures, and that's also the goal of the Treasury, then they will not cut rates until there is room to cut rates. If Japan raises rates, that tightens the spread too. Yeah, but less, right? Because their yields still aren't very high. It depends on how much Japan raises rates. If Japan only raises rates a little bit, then the Fed could cut a little bit, right? So like say Japan goes up 25 basis points, then the Fed could, they could trim a little. If Japan goes up like 100 or 200 basis points, that would be a very big problem. If Japan goes to 5.5, if they peg to the dollar, the spread will blow up. And everything will crash. The dollar will crash, yields will skyrocket, and bond valuations would crash, equities would crash. Liquidity in the treasury market would probably be fucked for a very extended period of time, or at least until the treasury were able to step in and support it. They import everything for the most part, but especially, yeah, food and energy. And yeah, the carry trade is killing their currency, which makes the cost of their imports go up. Like in the 90s with LTCM, when JPY went up 16% in under a week. Well, I mean, if you look at the leverage, well, an estimate of the leverage in the carry trade right now, right? And we go out to like the weekly. This is the highest it's been since like prior to the like GFC. And not a lot of economists talk about it, but the failure of the carry trade is largely the reason that like Bear Stearns went under because they had to start selling assets in order to cover their leverage in the carry trade. And you can see, you can actually, like, if you go back, you can see where they did that, right? They kept trying to sell assets and leverage back in, and ultimately it continued to just fail. Right? And they actually didn't walk, like, fully walk out of the trade until like 2012 across the entire banking system. But it was the selling of those assets in order to meet margin requirements, right? Like they started selling off MBSs. Other banks did. Other banks started selling off MBSs, and then the value of MBSs fell, right? Because there was so much sell side pressure. And then all of a sudden, Bear Stearns and Solomon Brothers found themselves insolvent. Yeah, no one talks about it. It's pretty obscure. I mean, that's because you also have, concentration focus in financial markets. Right? People are focused on, and to understand the carry trade at, even a basic level generally requires a multidisciplinary approach, and very few people have that. Like, most equity people don't know shit about bonds or forex. Most bond people don't know anything about forex, right? Most forex people don't know anything about bonds, which, and you'd think those two markets would be more intrinsically linked, and yet they're not. Has anyone considered not over leveraging? No, never. That's ridiculous. Why would someone not over leverage? Until it blows up, it's free money, right? Yeah, GoEV's 6 days on Rig Show. Well, 7 today, if it's on tonight, and then Beyond is 7, 8 if it's still on tonight. Bond traders are generally pretty crazy. They're some of my favorite people to hang out with, but they're all a little nuts. Like, I've never met a bond trader who didn't, like, live his life off of some baked in conspiracy theory. They're usually really smart, but they're also usually really crazy. She had crazy eyes. Exactly that. Yeah. Bond traders handle the most money. I think the pressure cracks them at some point and they just lose their minds. You need them to be paranoid as fuck. I mean, you have to be kind of paranoid as fuck to trade bonds, right? You spend all of your time looking for, like, the worst possible outcomes and everything. I caught the weekend stream last night. You mentioned yields up to 7%. What could cause the Fed to allow this in the face of both presidential candidates talking about cutting rates? I don't think they'll do it until they can politically, which would be after the election. But it's their only out from the trap that they've put themselves in. They've really backed themselves into a corner trying to support strength in the labor market versus, price stability, right? So the Fed leaned in hard at the end of 2022 into the beginning of 2023 into providing a strong labor market, right? The strong labor market would be the solution to our economic woes, but it's not, right? Most of what's made our labor market strong is people leaving it, right? And so demand in the labor market has stayed pretty elevated across the last 3 years because there's simply fewer workers. There's fewer people being born, not just right now, but over the last generation, right? And fewer people are coming into the job market, and people are leaving the job market at a greater rate than they're coming in, right? And so that's but yet all the businesses and everything still remain in place. They still have the same labor demand. There's just fewer people to fill those positions, right? And so by doing that, they've allowed inflation to remain volatile, right? They've really done very little to address inflation, and they definitely haven't done enough economic damage to cause corporations to stop pricing up the forward return on goods, right? And so you get margin expansion due to inflation because companies become very efficient at pricing goods up as they sell them out to the general public. The same with services, goods and services. And so, because of that, the Fed doesn't really have a handle on inflation. And so, if they cut rates, inflation will surge. If they raise rates but don't do it enough, inflation will still stay elevated, but they'll do damage to the labor market, right? And so the only way to stop this, right, is to either you cut rates to nothing and let the banks fail, right? Banks are pushed into a position where they have to market their securities. You get the hard landing, or the alternative is you raise rates significantly above the rate of inflation, and you crush the economy. But it's really hard to crush the economy when the entire GDP is being supported by deficit spending, right? If we're spending up the GDP, we're not going to use another branch of the government to simultaneously crush those returns. And so they've done nothing, and now they're in a position where they can't really do anything. They can just leave rates where they are because too much up, banks fail. Cut too much, banks fail. So the choice they go with is stagflation as long as possible, basically. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said this at the beginning of the year, like the best path forward, right, is rates stay flat. Maybe they need to move them up a little bit at some point, right, to match long run inflation, right? So maybe like once a year they need to do like another 25 or 50 bips. But basically, like 5 years of oscillating between looser and tighter financial conditions back and forth in 6 to 9 month cycles until the banks are able to roll off the majority of their like hold to maturity losses. And then when the bank balance sheets start to stabilize, you can start to cut rates and inflation should moderate. But that's almost an impossible task, right? Given that, there's an entire global economy outside of that system, right? And the longer we hold rates steady, the more and other banks, smaller banks, central banks cut, right? We get that central bank divergence. They're going to start to push their inflation onto us. So right now we have a big deflationary factor from China. I mean, it's not being realized by the American consumer, but it's being realized by American corporations, and that's kind of offsetting things. But if their economy picks back up, right, and their manufacturing like overproduction gets back under control, China prices on Chinese goods are going to start to moderate too, and that's going to push our inflation higher. We still have shipping disruptions in the Panama Canal and the Red Sea. So that's those price pressures really haven't moderated. The supply chains are fine. Like we're getting goods where they need to go, um, in a decent amount of time, but the cost of getting those goods to where they need to go is still elevated. And that's also still putting demand on energy, right? Because all of those shipping routes are significantly longer. And so there's so many outstanding risk factors, right? You have issues with debt in Europe. You have the war in Ukraine. You have China's shadow banking system, which is wildly questionable as to where it stands, right? And their grossly overestimated GDP figures and youth employment. Um, and in almost all first world countries, you have failing populations, right? And so, that labor demand isn't weakening anywhere. Um, Wage growth hasn't caught up with it, but it'll have to at some point, because people are going to have to fight to get the labor that they need in order to keep running at their peak efficiency and to continue to grow. Right? Everything in this system breaks because it's all built around the long term idea that gains and growth need to be exponential. If we would accept a world where a constant state of moderate growth were acceptable, we would be far better off, and we would have a lot more stability. But we don't want that. Any hope for the Chinese economy? I mean, who really knows? They lie about so much, right? I would say internal competition in China is driving deflation, right? And then that deflation is probably being largely exported to the US right now. Um, but if if that overproduction were to slow down, that inflation would end up being held domestically. And this is one of the reasons China's left their rates where they are instead of cutting. They can't lose any more value in the yuan, right? I mean, the yuan's supposed to be pegged at like 713 to the dollar, and it's been trading at like 728 to the dollar for a year. So they're trying not to make any moves until the US makes a move, right? And everyone's in a standoff with each other. The US with Japan, China with the US, EU with the US, right? And ultimately we carry all of the weight of those decisions because we're the number one, we're the global reserve currency, right? So any weakness in any other currency market or any other bond market is just going to bring investors to the US. And it's going to keep the dollar artificially high. If the dollar fell to like 90 right now, our inflation would double. So how do you cut rates, right? I mean, dollars at very, like long run, it's very high. Dixie at 105 is quite high. Um, and even at even with the dollar like Dixie at 105, our inflation is still running at like 3.2% year over year increase, right? Which is way above the Fed's target of 2%. And if the dollar were to decline, right, it's going to take more dollars to buy shit. Our inflation's going to go up even more. So everyone's talking about the Fed cutting rates, but if they do, like, nothing good happens there. I mean, domestically, it's not as bad, but for multinationals, it's a death sentence. Do you plan to dump your 20 years when we get close to the election? I actually sold some recently, like last week on the drop in yields. If we get another spike in unemployment, I'll get rid of some more. But ultimately, I do expect yields at the back end of the curve to move higher than the rate of real inflation, which nobody's determined yet. If I were in charge, I would have raised U.S. rates to 20% in 2022 and gotten this all over with. Well, yeah, we should have just gotten harder and faster. I mean, really, where they fucked up is they stopped raising rates because of the bank failures, right? We would have continued to raise rates through to 2023, probably towards like 6.5, 6.75. But the bank failures forced them to stop raising rates because none of the banks can, like, not none of the banks, but over $1 trillion in assets at risk if the 10-year moves above 4.5, right? And if the 10-year moves above 5%, you've got like $3 trillion in hold to maturity securities that are at risk. I mean, yeah, like 5%, Bank of America is like 90% of its hold to maturity and ATS risk to their set one capital, right? So what are you gonna do, right? And it's not like U.S. banks are just U.S. banks. These are the largest banks in the world. They have everyone's money. Well, I guess Brian Moynihan won't get a bonus that year. Yeah, he will. The conditions of the stress test weren't that demanding, and survive. I mean, it's not really about surviving. None of them did well on the stress test. Like, it wasn't impressive. It was better when the BTFP was open. There's probably about 280 some odd banks in the US right now, at this moment, with the 10-year at 4.2% that are at risk of failure and have significant capital demands. If all 280 fail, maybe, just maybe, we can get a red candle. If only Peter Thiel could make that many deposits. Well, we're trying to change how the banking system works, right? We're trying to implement Basel IV conditions on bank deposits, right? But the banks are fighting it tooth and nail because if they pull back any of their leverage right now, they're gonna fucking become insolvent. So that's why you're gonna see it over the next 2 days with the congressmen and senators complaining about how because J.P. Morgan can't leverage another $1 trillion into the market, small businesses around the U.S. are gonna suffer. Sometimes I say paradigm when I probably mean something else, but I'm insecure, so I choose the word that makes me sound smart. If there were a bank run at like a major G, if there were a bank run at like Bank of America, that would be very, very bad. Nobody can really buy them, right? Like the smaller banks, they can die and they can get absorbed. We can largely handle their failures. And fortunately, that's where most of the CRE exposure is, right? But if there were a failure in any of the GSIBs, it would be catastrophic. No, JPM's actually in their balance sheet's in a good spot. Wells Fargo's a little bit weaker. I mean, that's the problem, right? Is that the balance sheets at the stable GSIBs like Citi, JPM, they're not weak, but they're not strong enough to absorb any major any major losses in the financial sector, right? And then, fuck the GSIBs. What about all the private equity, right? What about all the wealth destruction in funds like BlackRock and Vanguard, where exposure is just wildly broad, right? I mean, and they have no leverage conditions. They're not bound by any of those rules. Fuck BlackRock. They stole my house. How? And we have to stop allowing them to leverage the moral hazard, right? We have to like we as a country would have to unanimously kind of be like, no, if you fail, you fail. That's it. Basel IV rules are an international accord. What happens if American markets say, nah, we don't want to be doing that? Yeah, I would make it less attractive to international investors. Of course, there would be more risk in US markets. We would also be breaking, several economic agreements as well in order to back out of that. Largely with our biggest economic allies, so it's not desirable. What we don't want to back out of Basel, right? We just don't want to increase bank deposits and create more stability in the banking system. I can only assume it was BlackRock who came in and paid 60K over ask on the house I wanted. They've been mostly like Blackstone, BlackRock, Vanguard. They've been shedding real estate holdings for like a year and a half now. And what we're seeing in Florida, like the Florida real estate market, is going to be a really interesting test of how interconnected real estate markets are now due to things like Zillow and Redfin, right? With the obliteration of Chevron decision, the risk to 50 states of solutions brings more risk to conducting business. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'm not really sure that that was such a big win for corporate America. Like, you get the EPA off your back, right? But now you've got to deal with, like, the California EPA, and they're going to make all your rules, and that sounds like a fucking nightmare. This is back in 2021. Oh, okay, maybe. That's possible. Why are they shedding? Because they know those asset values are going to tank 30%? Yeah, there's also increased taxes, right? Property taxes have gone up dramatically due to the increased valuations of the homes. And so the cost to carry those positions has gone up. They've been selling at 80% of cost in Wisconsin. Yeah, they can't. I mean, they own so much property, they can't hit the market all at once. They have to bleed off those holdings over a long period of time. Otherwise they would create too much liquidity and they would drive prices down rapidly. And that's kind of what's happening in Florida. And we're gonna find out really soon if that's gonna bleed over, right? It's so much of the housing stock is going up for sale in Florida that it's likely going to start impacting at least at first regionally the areas surrounding Florida, and then over time it could spread even further, right? Are bulls reloading here? I don't know. We're still under 68. It's not really bullish here. We got a little bit of support, but I wouldn't say that they've pushed anything into a bullish range. We're probably just more flat trading. Like, you always buy a fully furnished Airbnb home for pennies on the dollar in a non-flood zone. So much winning. I mean, I know people that have loan like asset-backed loans who are renting properties from other people on like 5-10 year leases and then renting those out as Airbnbs. So they've actually backed a loan with assets to go lease something. Leverage, yeah. Marvel. Mm, it looks kind of okay. One second. Sorry, I was taking a look at Marvel, right? Uh, chart doesn't look bad. Hold on. A little bit of support from the MM, but Gamma and Delta have been falling off a bit. That might be kind of topping out here. It looks like in the short term, there's at least call interest up to like the 72.50 strike, and then above that, not much. If you get further out, there's a little bit of interest at like 75, 77, 80. So yeah, there's a little room it could push to the upside. Dividends coming up, so that might be part of some of the weakness you're seeing on it. So maybe another failure on the upside here, pick up some consolidation lower, and then see if more interest picks up after the dividend and people start going like long the vol increase into earnings, which is like late August. Is 75 possible? I mean, yeah, it's only like a few cents off of that. Bull's grinding for 68. Yeah, a little bit. That's not necessarily going to be successful. This is just like a little bear flag. It doesn't look like it's got a lot of strength, but it could persist. If it fails at 68, that's pretty bearish. They're still selling, they're selling the 60, but not aggressively. They're probably selling the 65 a bit here. Charm's still negative. But yeah, they're definitely trying to push a little. Delta's still negative here too, but Gamma's a little positive, and that could give us a lift. I don't think there's a ton of upside though. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It doesn't look super bullish, I'll say that much. It looks like a little bit bullish, but not a lot. Maybe if it breaks out of the trends. But right now it looks like the trend's just continuing. Oops. Son of a bitch. Now, if this fails, finds support, and then bounces, that would be very bullish. Like a HELOC? Well, they're using, I mean, yeah, they're using their HELOC from their overvalued property, right? But not all of them are HELOCs. Some of them are like multi-asset loans, so they're using the combined equity on multiple assets to get the loan to then rent units. FSLR is recovering a little bit. This range is going to be choppy. I might have been a little enthusiastic with my entry, but I think it'll move up. It's just there's still puts falling off, which is I think one of the reasons it's underperforming end phase is that end phase most of the puts had already capitulated. FSLR still has a few more to battle through, but if it gets above 240, it can rip. So
Even above 230, there's not much more resistance. Any chance for GME poppage post OPEX? It's not that heavily shorted. Maybe. Again, I'd feel better. I'd feel better about it if XRT went on reg show. Can you look at CMG? What about it? Well, it's post split, so you should start seeing some of the delta fall off. As far as like a long-term holds, I don't know how interested I am. I feel like that business model is like pretty easily exhausted over time. Like Chipotle is not getting more popular, right? But yeah, I mean, following the split, you could probably see a pretty substantial pullback as the prior delta like exercises and starts to fall off of the chain. The support from the is gonna. We saw it with Nvidia a little bit, but we haven't seen it very dramatically yet. But you know, following the split here, right? We got like a little bump, and then now Delta's been kind of falling off. This is pretty common post split, so I would at least wait out that period. How many 550s have they sold? Well, if this moves up, it's gonna squeeze some of them, right? Like you've got ones here that can squeeze off, like this range, right? And then if it pushes up here, it's gonna squeeze off like another 2,000 contracts. So both of these breakouts on the 60 contract uh could pressure the short puts out. And if the 60 starts squeezing off, right, then the 50 would as well. And the 50 is much more heavily sold, like from this morning, right? Volume here is a lot higher. And so like the 50 contract over 250, the 60 contracts back over what like $5 generate quite a bit of risk. Are people out there murdering each other at Chipotle over guacamole? Those people would kill each other at any fast food establishment. Remember the great chicken sandwich wars of 2020? Chipotle is just not that adaptable though, right? Like McDonald's has survived as long as it has because it's pretty generic, right? They have like rotating menus every day, so they have, you know, multiple products that can support revenues. But like Chipotle, it's like what how much different shit can you stuff into a burrito, right? I mean, it is kind of limited. Are you guys like shooting each other so much? I mean, the gun's right there, right? Our constitutionally guaranteed firearm is just inches away from us whenever we get angry. Their guacamole is not even good. Do you own a gun? Why? What? For what reason? And we're always angry. Couple of bad mental health and bad education, and you got yourself a Southern Throwdown. Yeah. Chipotle is extremely common with people who are in good shape, hate cooking, and don't care about eating higher quality food. It's not about anything like that. It's about health to an extent. Nothing you eat at Chipotle is healthy. All right. And also, we have GLP-1 inhibitors now, so we can fucking eat tiny amounts of whatever we want. I own 37 AR-15s to hunt squirrels during the apocalypse. How is it not healthy? It's just basic ingredients. Well, let's start off with the fact that everything is just loaded with sodium, right? Like to the tits. Then, low quality fatty meats. No certain significant source of healthy fats anywhere to be found, besides the avocados, right? Rice isn't particularly good for you. Lettuce isn't very high quality in terms of nutrition, nor is it very filling. At least kava tastes better. It doesn't matter what Chipotle people see Chipotle as. The markets become dilute. There's a million like Chipotle copies, some of which are just vastly better than Chipotle. It's a saturated market, and it's an exhausted market, right? If there were a new establishment where you could eat different vegetables and meats poured into a bowl, everybody would flock there and leave Chipotle. I'm not shorting CMG, especially not moving into a recession, but I mean, it was barely tolerable food at $10. At $20, it's just a ripoff. Chipotle is just a salad bar with a tortilla, yes. But the burritos aren't even girthy anymore, and it's sad because before McDonald's invested in Chipotle, they had phenomenal food. McDonald's sold, but the profiteering was already in place, right? The incentive to satisfy shareholders over customers had already taken hold. I don't remember Panera Bread ever being awesome, but okay. Yeah, I mean that's what happens, right? That's the life cycle of that endeavor. McDonald's, they have the advantage of just being so fucking bad that no one really notices that it's gotten worse, right? But the fast casual segment really benefits from maintaining a higher quality of food, and they've not done that. And that's going to drive, over time, it's going to drive customers away. And people will just like Kava is actually a great example. In the city, Kava's kicking ass because it's the same shit. It's literally the same shit as Chipotle, right? But their food's different. So you get a different set of flavored meats in your fucking bowl of salad, right? Um, and people are all about that. Because it's just not fucking Chipotle again, right? Like near my house, there's a Kava. The Chipotle's fucking dead all the time now. Kava's always packed. Thanks. I've seen you, Hazy. You're a pretty fat fuck yourself. He's never gone. Ever eat at Sweetgreen? They model local farmers, so their salad-based menu. Ticker SG. Stock has done quite well the last 18 months. No, I don't eat there, but a lot of people do. $24 for a salad is just ridiculous. It's like spring mix in a bowl with different toppings. Kava gets no love out here because they put them in Mission Viejo near actual Persian restaurants. Yeah, yeah, I don't remember a lot of people going to Kava in SoCal. But here, all the good Mediterranean foods, like off in the boroughs. So they do quite well here. I don't know if they have Kava in Washington. We could look at a map of Kava locations. Looks like Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, DC, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Kansas, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Missouri, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. So not a lot out west. Nothing in Oregon, Washington, Nevada. Looks like most of the Midwest is left out as well. I was long Kava. I bought them at their IPO, but then I sold. I probably shouldn't have. They've literally done nothing but go up. I mean, but Kava's just an example of a larger problem for Chipotle, right? Have Kava or Chipotle used AI yet? I don't think so. Are you saying there's additional AI valuation to be found? Ooh, failing. Fun. Thoughts on Fubo? It's actually starting to get shorted pretty hard. Liquidity's been drying up over the last like 3-4 days. Maybe it'll finally get a move up with earnings. Earnings are beginning of August. Yeah, might be interesting once IV starts to price up. Tesla red on the day now. Wow. It doesn't have a ton of support above 250. Also, I'm pretty sure it's trading above Gamma Max still. Let me double check. Yeah, 255, 260 aren't very strong. It's more likely price is going to get pulled back to the 250 strike. Gamma Max is 250, 218. And Delta started falling off after Friday when the 0DT is expired. So probably a little bit of consolidation at least. I don't think it's going to fail, but I think a little bit of consolidation. I don't think Fubo will move until the court stuff is over. That's possible. But there's still like demand, right? Despite all the shorting since the lawsuit was initiated, it's held above $1. Someone's buying it, pretty heavily between $1.10, $1.20. And continued improvement in earnings isn't gonna hurt that. I want to short AVGO if it tests GM. Talk me out of it. No? And GM can move up on it. I'd be cautious of that. Don't forget there's splits coming up, which should be kind of bullish. If the mouse wants you dead, you probably die, right? I don't know. Maybe the mouse just wants them cheap. Any chance for Fubo to reverse split? No, they don't have a warning or anything. They've stayed above $1. Atomic's been selling covered calls, suppressing the price for years, and buying more cheap shares. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't they just pen a deal with NBC to stream the Olympics? That's the thing I've always liked about Fubo is that their management has a penchant for getting deals that you'd think would go to larger streaming services. They've been quite good in getting streaming rights, especially for like major soccer teams. And I mean, even briefly with the MLB, they got some rights for that, which was kind of surprising that they went to anybody but like, Fox or CBS. Um, and then the Olympics deal just like last week. Just like how there's nuance to reg share and it's not an auto long signal for every ticker, hitting GM shouldn't be considered an auto short for every ticker. I mean, sometimes it's not even a short, right? It's just like price is just going to get locked up there. And I would say like on mega caps, that's generally what happens, right? Is like when they push above GM, it tends to mean that the price just stagnates rather than it immediately goes down. We think doing a synthetic long for credit on Fubo at 2, then using it for FSLR 300 leaps is a sound strategy or too much risk. I mean, I think FSLR 300 leaps are a lot of risk. Also, I mean, there's no relation in those two trades at all. I think Fubo wouldn't accept a buyout at these prices. New York City just approved trash can requirements for multi-unit buildings. I think they just changed the trash can requirements. It was a requirement already. But yeah, everybody just leaves the bags on the sidewalk. Like you just have piles of bags. But there's been requirements in place for having like recycling, and that has to go in clear bags. So like inside your building there's always been trash cans. You just gotta like you have and then they take the trash out of the trash cans and check it out on the street. I thought you just leave the trash on your balcony so your neighbor gets wasps. Fuck that guy. Hmm. If bulls get 68, again, they found support and were unlikely to drop. Now we could just get rejected again. There's still nothing super bullish going on. I mean, the most bullish thing happening right now is probably the short vol. We've still got a couple hours. Well, hour and a half till power hour. There's no data. Positioning changed at all? No, not really. There's resistance at 70 now. Little support at 60. Some sold puts coming in at 55. There's some sold puts at 55 that have been coming in. And there's some more bought calls at 60. It's gonna be 96 in DC when JPAT testifies. We won't be able to tell if he's sweating from the questions or broken HVAC. It's gonna be rough. Ulta sold off hard. It got rejected on the upside test. Did you enter exit already on the non 450s? No, but I'm probably gonna pick up something shorter dated on the pullback. Maybe I'll get 400s. Yeah, I might pick up some more long positioning, but I didn't close out anything. It's a little more bullish. Get above 70. And that should push us just back to where delta's positive. Yeah. Charm's still negative here, though. How far out are you going? I got some December and Jan. But I might get something a little shorter dated for Michigan consumer. I just haven't decided what yet. Hmm. I kind of like the 400, 410 spread for July 19. If I sell the 400 put, buy the 395. Hmm. I don't hate this. Hmm. Hmm. Now they're shorting the fuck out of the 5560. There's resistance at 70 on the upside move. So yeah, we got the failure, found support, broke up. Might fill the gap. Only 40,000%. Might be some problems with the liquidity on the 195 long put. Might be some problems with the liquidity on all of the put positions, honestly. Maybe I could sell the 9080. Actually, like this one a little bit better. Wait. $15 debit. That's pretty nice. That's a little more stable. Yeah, kind of like that one. Isn't there a short put assignment risk? Only if it falls below 390. In which case I would close everything anyway. It looks like it got pretty good support at 92 earlier. Still waiting to see if it bounces here. But if it picks up a bit at 95 and pushes back for 400, that seems like a good position. I don't dislike it. Where's the gap on SPX you mentioned we might fill? It's like 172.07 right here. As a matter of fact, that's probably kind of the midpoint between the 70 and 75 resistance as well. So there's the gap fill. I started selling the 70 before we even moved above it. 350. Let's see if this is topping out at all. Maybe. Yeah, this might be topping out a little bit. So this is where charm will turn positive, like 72.60 or so. Theta is measured daily, but the rate of decay is constant. So like 0.11 would mean that that's the amount of value that the contract would lose each day. The gap's already filled. I don't think we have another one, do we? No. That was it. We could get just stuck here again, like we were earlier. Maybe it's late enough in the day that some of the sold calls would pull back, but I don't think quite yet. Dollar's pushing back up into 105. A 6-month and 2-year are still up on the day. Gold started to pull back a little. Oil's still down. Dow picked up a bit, but I'm sorry, Russell picked up a bit, but Dow is still negative on the day. Looks like most of the price improvement was just in NASDAQ again. If these breakouts keep selling off though, that's probably bearish longer term. There aren't even fucking options at 6,000. Do you have a high chance of hitting 5,600 this week, or have we topped out? It's possible. We could do it today if we squeeze out the 85, 90 calls. There's not a ton of them left, though. They're a little more flighty after the last 2 days of getting their asses rammed. Hmm. Well, that was unimpressive. Is that going to be it? Are we going to get more pressure? So we should adjust this. Hmm. Hmm. It's a lower high. Is this worth shorting? Probably not. We're gonna try to buy more here, I think. So you need to push ES 5630 to get the test. Rejecting back to negative. Yeah, if we fall back into negative delta, that'd be bad. But I don't think we're gonna. We're kind of right in between everything right now, so I'm not really sure which way it's gonna break, but my target here would be a little bit higher. Like I'd be aiming for that at like 5630 before a rejection. Although, yeah, I mean a lower high would be pretty bad. So I guess we'll see if we'll see if futures falls back through support here at like 5626. That's kind of more bearish. I think we gotta look to a lower time frame to confirm that though. So yeah, if we lose 5625, then maybe we move down again. Ooh, the 60 got shorted really hard on this too. Wonder if it's worth picking some of those up. Huh. I sold 250 GoEV 719 $2 P when I first heard it here a couple of weeks back. Buy to close all contracts just now. Cool stuff. Nice. So you got like 20%. Well done. Talk me out of a condor on EPAM. The spreads are awful. I don't even need to read the strikes. The spreads are so bad. Yeah, you definitely have to rely on it expiring worthless. Dangerous. The next test at 90 could break. Wasn't me who sent the Ko-Fi. None of them have been. People put my name in the Ko-Fi and send stuff. It's never been me. Oh, okay. How you doing, man? True, that's why I asked. Yeah, I mean, if you get a good fill or you can leg into it, maybe. But I mean, the only reason I'm still holding on to those options is because there's still like a slim chance that it could in fact break up, right? Like I feel like we're getting consecutively weaker and weaker sell pressure on the tests here. And then, the next move up is that test at like 90 or 95. And I think if we shake out most of the sellers here, the ones that remain are probably holding on for like the moves up to like 210, 230. I will say the shares are just basically padding my fucking losses on the calls, but whatever. These fucking cashews are so salty. I found a really cool book in my hallway. It's called Pet Fish. What's it about? Pet fish. I assume it belongs to one of the children down the hall, but I'm not sure. Does the end have a recipe for the fish? I don't know. It's got all the parts of a fish. It's pretty informative. I'm fascinated that you grabbed it instead of leaving it there. Well, I wanted to read it. Repeated question, but a month ago or something, you were talking about what knives to get. My dad's birthday is soon. I would like to get a knife, but I don't know which. Okay. Does your dad have any experience sharpening knives? Yes. Okay. Um, how much do you want to spend? Up to 500 euro. Oh, well, you could get a really Do you want to get a really fancy knife? If you DM me, I could send you a few. Okay. Yeah. I assume he's looking for a cooking knife, because I don't know fuck all about wilderness knives. Yeah, shoot me a DM. I'll send you some links. I knew it was for cooking when he said Euro because I don't think European people are running around in the wilderness pretending to be fucking Paul Bunyan. That's a very American thing. I hate global knives with a burning passion, Eskel. They're so slippery. Did you get a fill on the July 19 Ultra spreads? It looks like I've sold the put and the call, but I've not got I've not gotten a fill on the bot call or the bot put yet. Oh, their price changed. I gotta move them around. Ew. Is that like a $10 debit? So you've effectively got a short strangle? Well, that's not what I want, but yeah, that's what I currently have. Europeans are outdoorsy in Sweden and Switzerland. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe if I buy the 377.50. Ooh, and then I can establish it a net credit. It's a little wider than I wanted to go, though. Try both. Just saying you have to find a different channel to learn how to put a fresh edge on this machete I got. I'm pretty sure you can just rub it on a fucking rock. It's a machete. It's not like you want a fine edge. Just make it pointy on the blade. Were the Bulls getting this back up? Well, not really. I think what you're observing, good sir, is chop. Nice, good Godfrey. Well done. They're not. They're implementing trash cans on the street. Street cans. Recommendations on a whetstone brand, Shapton, or like the Nanawa if you want to spend a bunch of money. What's the other one? Kings, but I don't like them because you have to fucking soak them, and it's a pain in the ass. 10% of a full port in one move. Incredible. Okay, for the last time, Brett, a full port is not $1,000. What position did you play in football? Fullback, tight end, and defensive linebacker. How dare you insult 99% of us? Have you ever seen the whetstone thing you can do with glass plus 3M wet sanding paper? What, like polishing? I use that to like polish the edge. Do a poll on people's trading account balance. I'd rather not know. Can you share your favorite football memory? Yeah, quitting. I fucking hated it. It was stupid. But I couldn't quit initially because my mom wouldn't let me, and I had to beg her to play. And so I had to like hold up the facade for a while. Do I want to buy more FSLR? Hmm. I'm a no. You should have went pro. I don't think I ended up big enough. Did you retire from football because you hated the showering? We had like stalls in our showers. There wasn't like a communal shower. Can you mention other makers outside of Kahatsu? I have, I don't know. I have like, there's so many. There's like hundreds of them. I have, let's see, Matsumoto. What are the other ones I have? Teruyasu, Yoshihiro, Kajiwara. Sakai, Tori Hanzo. I have some Yu Kurosakis. Muskage. He's just saying random Japanese house names. If you were to create your own yes no contract using options, how would you structure it and why? Yes no contracts are just options. You just can't choose strikes, they choose them for you. Two options specifically. Yeah. Can we get an update on that ES test? Yeah. I mean, ES failed. We're falling under 50, 56.25 now, which was like the minor support. So I don't think we've fallen enough. But if we fall back under like the long-term trend, that could be a little bit more bearish. This isn't moving a lot. It's like $3 of range. I really am just gonna bounce between 205 and 200 all week again because I'm kind of loving these intraday plays. Possibly. Yeah, I mean, there's still a shitload of interest at 200, which is keeping it from failing too much. But not 205. If it broke 205, that would be bullish. I played the stand-up base. 1 second, guy. Was Apple supported at 220 the way it was at 210 after their AI day? The support at 220 is not as strong as it was at 210. It's got support there, but it's not as strong. I'm kind of waiting for Apple to hit like 30 or 35, and then I'm going to sell a bunch of calls on it. It's skill to use to identify long-term trends, the 4-hour or the daily. It depends. I mean, what I'm looking at. On stocks, I rarely go past the daily. On indexes, I'll look at the monthly, weekly, and daily. But that's also because that's generally where I'm carrying like my longer term positionings. How much squeeze potential might charge point have? I feel like if it was gonna squeeze, it would have already. It could have some. Hmm. Actually, hold on. I was watching it before, but then it just got kind of boring. I don't know if we loaded it up. No. On the 4-hour, I include extended hours. Hmm. I'd be a lot more interested if it broke back above $2. So you just go synthetic long at 5,600? That seems like a lot more risk than yes or no. I've never owned a pair of Vans in my life. Make the kid with 4 legs play the stand-up bass. Typical. What's your opinion on the September rate cut being priced in at above 80% likelihood? Obviously political, but long-term outlook, I would think it would be a mistake. Thoughts? I don't think the Fed is in any position to cut. If you go back to like 12 like 1220 on the stream, or like what would that be? Like 2 hours and 50 minutes into the stream. I went on like a whole tangent about the Fed earlier. It's 12:30. Yeah, it would have been. Should clip that. I can't clip it. Well, 12:20 to 12:45 isn't the timestamp. That's just the time of day it occurred. So it would have been like 2 hours ago. Found it? Alright, cool. Why does everyone keep sending me this BlackRock quantitative analyst interview question? So the answer to the question is if you threaten to kill the first person that attempts to flee, then all of them will remain, and thus you keep 100 murderers in place with one bullet. You can't shoot any of them because then the probability of the rest dying would be 0. Or would not be 0 any longer. Insider info. Can you make SCX pick a direction for my puts or for my calls to print? Either way, your choice. Maybe we get something at the end of the day. This is choppy, right? We're just sitting like right above positive gamma. This consolidation's still slightly bullish, but I don't know if that necessarily means things are gonna break up. Ooh, 60-cent puts. Nah, it's not a good deal. Yeah, charms negative, so that's pushing down on price. Delta and gamma are a little bit positive, so that's holding us here. Charm will get more negative as we move closer to the end of the day, and then we'll see if the bulls try to push back against that or not. Thoughts on Oppenheimer's SCX 5900 upgrade this morning? I don't care. Whatever keeps people dumping money into their 401ks. Gnarly audio lag. Yeah. The lag is disconcerting. Here, I can fix it. Let me know if that helps. Would you rather only ever eat at Chipotle for the rest of your life? Or only eat at Olive Garden? Neither? Just throw myself off something. Are you gaslighting us? I don't think so. If I am, not intentionally. At least you're not dramatic about it. No. There's no reason for fanfare. Hmm. Bullish? Slightly bullish. I have a legit covered call question. What's up? Kramer's spouting bullish words for Tesla. That sounds bearish. He's always trying to get people to buy the top. It's like he's a mouthpiece for exit liquidity. Greeks for Dell? Probably. Yeah. I got rejected off of Gamma Max on Thursday. Gamma neutral is 129.80. Gamma Max is 155.35. Dealer Delta and Gamma have been falling off for the last couple of days. Probably has some support at 140. Not much support below 140. Starts to get a bit put heavy. Downside support at 35, 30, 25. What's it trading at right now? 146. There's calls out at 150. $150, 160. 145 to 150 looks kind of weak. But 150 to 160 doesn't look too bad. Would you rather have 1,000 shares of SPX or $5 million? $5 million. Well, $5.572 million. Shares of SPX? I assume he just means like one of each stock in the index. No? You'd be the only volume ever. So one share of NVIDIA. Uh, Breakout failed. Interesting. Not yet. But not good. I think it retested the trend line on the ES30. Which one? Do you still have your NVIDIA call? No. They never give up till the breakout is successful. Well, it wasn't successful. As a matter of fact, it looks very unsuccessful. 40 cents was clearly the right price for the 5560 contract. It's never if we will break out. It's when. I don't know. Lower high and then a failure to break out of the bullish consolidation's kind of a bad luck. Might still find support at 68, but looks like it's picking up momentum to the downside, which is never a good thing. DM. Oh, you're looking at linear charts. Sure. What do you expect? I'm a poor. You can change your charts to fucking log, even if you're poor. My fucking tea. Do I have a tea? I do. Oh, that's almost empty. It's fine. I mean, the trend's valid either way. It doesn't matter. I feel like I'm really angry with myself for not buying the 55.60 when it was 40 cents. I'm either about to be really okay with that decision or even more upset about it. You mean 10 55.60s? I was thinking more like 100 or 200. As you would say, it's just money. There will be other opportunities, but they're so much rarer nowadays. You can still get them now for cheap. Nah, it's not the same. Because I could have bought, so I could have bought 100, 200, or 200 here, and then sold half at 80, and then had 100 free contracts. If it goes back to 40, I'm absolutely not buying it. Quickly closes limit buy order. Yes, same. All my indicators are showing down, so that obviously means NQ is going to bounce to 2680. Yeah, and off of like, probably off of like a non-historic support too, in the NQ way. What is NQ doing? It's always such a saucy little bitch. This is my favorite part of NQ when it does shit like this. Mm. I can sense that the regret here is going to be palpable. The fuck? Oh. Ooh, charm is so negative. Delta's negative now, too. Hmm. Doesn't even call Ivy climbs. Well, the underlying's dropping. I mean, Ivy should go up when something drops. It depends on how hard something's dropping. Is it dropping like really slowly and call Ivy is going up? Because that could indicate that like the ask is getting hit a lot and calls are being bought. It's dropping slow. Yeah, that might. Tesla on the 5 minute. Tesla's got a ton of support though. Yeah, that's a pretty clean bounce off 50, right? The only problem is 52 is gamma max, so it's not it's not necessarily going to go much higher than it already has. What a weird attempt at saving the Head and Shoulders. Pop on Ulta. Nice. Yeah. Well, there's the support. That took a minute. Bump and run. Let's go. Hmm. I'm convincing myself it's a really messed up bear flag for over an hour. I mean, it's a head and shoulders, except the right shoulder broke down and then traded flat. Right, so I mean, it still might break down if it loses 50 again. It's like this. Ulta's a liquid as fuck. Yeah, it is. Ah, see, here comes the regret. Told you guys. 10x. 10x. That was the 10x option. Good thing I bought a few at 80 cents. Lose 50 going into JPAT. It's going to be, I feel like it's going to be hard to short vol against all of the risk premium priced into this week, right? There's going to be a ton of risk premium tomorrow. And the next day. And then CPI. And then PPI, right? If everything's uneventful, though, they're going to short the fuck out of volatility on Friday. JPAS speaks tomorrow. House banking. And then Wednesday, House Financial Services. Stopped out. Now what? Watch the contract keep going up. Floor? Why? Gamma's pretty flat down to 50. They could make a floor, but they might not be able to. I love the Ulta play. Getting back to the beauty product roots of this channel. My two bought 10, sold 4 to pay for them. The other 6 are on their own. I don't have as many as I would like. But they are paid for. Could keep dropping. There we go. Fubo's getting pretty illiquid. I'd imagine put prices are going up. But it's in between strikes, so it's going to be kind of shitty. Maybe some in the money for Jan 150. It's like Synthline. That's what I have on it right now. Is the contract still going up? I full ported after the call out. It's, I mean, it's up still. Is Dork's crash over now? Dork and JFresh were too early for crashes. They knew better. They knew the rules. Well, Dork at least did it on OPEX. JFresh didn't even follow the rules. I hate you, that is all. Thanks, Rims and Tims. Your hate keeps me going. Can they V this? Sure. Why not? Dude. Well, there went some more of my contracts, and there went the rest of them. Awesome. That was fun. How do I destroy a CTA that's short oil? Convince his wife to divorce him? Thanks, Pickle. Your teachings have led to me being profitable, not today, but in a cumulative way. Today swallows Dork's predictions. Fair enough. Thanks, Snickers. See you later, man. Should I be buying the 5570? Eh. I overtraded the chop today. It's apparently determined to trade regardless of the conditions. Today hasn't been bad. I've had some like $10 moves. I wouldn't say it's like really awful chop. We had a couple nice downside continuations earlier. This was fucking bullshit. Like this hour. But the breakout was nice and pretty obvious, right? I feel like this failure was dope. Although I didn't buy the contracts at 40 cents. I did alright. 15% on my contracts, except 200% on that God call out. I mean, a lot of trading this kind of shit is just being really, really patient. What price target do you have for Fubo? Do you see anything cool that led to you buying those $2 August calls? They cost like $60. No? $80? I'm just throwing money away at shit. They got the NBC Olympics deal. That was neat. Oh, is FSLR gonna break up on the volumetric bull push? I'm gonna close these fucking FSLR contracts if it doesn't end up above 227.50 today. Yeah, I mean IV could increase into earnings. That might shake off some of the sold calls at 150. If those shake off, a $2 test seems fine. I'll probably add to them over the next couple of days. They're super cheap. As illiquid as Fubo's getting right now, it usually doesn't last very long without some kind of price improvement. This is not a strong reversal. Like, it started off strong, but what the fuck is going on here? Hmm. Failure to regain 56.25 would be bearish. Definitely some buyers down here at 56.15. That's a reversal. I read the Ultra write-up, right? You're willing to write out a poor Michigan report unless the macro just turns ultra bearish. Well, if my spreads print here, I don't care what the fuck happens to Ulta. I need to go up 13 more dollars, but after that, yeah, I'm pretty willing to ride out a weaker consumer. Options interest and implied volatility will probably pick up into earnings and leave me with some kind of profit regardless. Well, there's the 70 test. So the answer is yes, I should have bought the 70. Oh well. Alright. Delta positive, gamma, charm still negative here. So this could reject again here. Especially if some time elapses. What's wrong with your Beyond? Would you like wait to buy in? Or did you buy in when it went on reg show? I'm in at like $6. It's doing great. I have synthetic longs on Beyond. But yeah, they're pretty far dated, Jan. This wave's gonna dump hard in the next hour. Maybe. Let's see. We didn't fill the downside gap here, which isn't particularly bearish. But we may yet still. Right now, this is bullish. Bullish unless we get a failure at 67. My new thing is becoming profitable on the day and then not immediately blowing all the profit. Interesting. That's a hot take. I don't know a final round of interviews with Boeings. Do I dare ask about the whistleblowing and if it's allowed? You really shouldn't. The BNet options are from pre-split. They suck. They're like one share each. I was just told to check this place out. What's going on? We're watching SPX chop and support. What are you doing? Tell them you think the whistleblowers made a mistake and that you would never do that. Yeah. Put snitches get stitches on your resume under hobbies. You might get a nice raise. Ah, I see. It's Boeing. Consumer credit. That can't be good. Oh, look, it's not. I'm gonna order some food. That way I remember to eat today. Ooh, I got a new offer. What's this? Nope, it's Moo Moo again. You're aggressive. Ugh. This email is just an endless stream of people telling me how much bigger my YouTube stream could be if only I'd pay them money. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hear them out. What are they offering? I don't know. Some sort of like commission on getting people to sign up for their brokerage. Tell them you have an AI for that. Say yes and have me conduct the questionnaire with them. But if you make any money off it, Carl, it's all mine. All right. I don't know what the fuck kind of brokerage it is. I've never used it. I've heard Moomoo is like a bad version of Robin Hood. Bullish. I'm listening. Ask them if you can automate event contracts. If yes, I'm so in. It's got a lot of the coders that left TOS. Alright, I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. I'm not gonna get paid for this. Whoa, this is incentivized. Hmm. Is this gonna fail? Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not the worst. I don't know. I'll check it out. Reach out to Disney. Failing. there's not a lot of call buying going on. Um, but most of it's concentrated around like 70, 75 right now. There's still sold calls out on the chain at 85, 90, but those look like they're pretty safe for the time being. Oh, no, they're still selling lots of puts. They're just not buying a lot of calls. Thanks, Ben. Mm. Hmm. Go EV to $4 this month. I don't know. It's pushing back up. Needs to break 250, but things get kind of spicy above 250. Right now, it's getting the fucking shit shorted out of it. Got earnings August 12th. Maybe that'll show some improvement. EPAM's bouncing back today. There's no fucking way I have enough theta for that, right? Huh. They're a SAS provider. A lot of their operations were based out of Russia, and their home operations were based out of Ukraine at the start of the war. Although they've moved a lot of it away from that risk. Damn, I got a fuck ton of dividends today. Ooh, it's dividend time. What am I gonna YOLO into? I'm fucking YOLO into GME. Dork isn't here, so I'll say it. Vu. You got the wrong guy. I don't do Vu and chill. IWM puts. Nah. I want something spicier. I already converted a bunch of my like 3 and 6 month roll off into munis. Munis have been doing pretty good lately too. Better than T-bills over the last month, yeah. Upside gap at 68. Hmm. This looks a little bullish. Not so great on the longer term, though. YOLO some TSM 195 weeklies. Huh. The implication here is that they've diverted a lot of their risks away from Russia lately. They haven't missed on like their last 20 fucking earnings. But yeah, they've diverted a lot of risk away. But yet the market still prices a lot of risk into it because they're one of the bigger companies in Eastern Europe. But they've almost completely divested themselves of any exposure to Russia entirely. They had a data breach a little while back, and most of the drop in price was due to hold on one second. Oh. The drop in price is due to some downward guidance in the last earnings call. Hmm. Failed again. I mean, if I may ask, how up are you on your synthetic long and beyond? My August calls are only up 20%. I'm curious what the difference is. Well, the percent's going to be off, right? Because they're established at a net credit, right? I'm like 1 to 2.5 leveraged on the 750 leap. So it's like, I don't know, what are they up right now? They're up like, the fuck? Like 30%. They were around like 70 earlier today when it was still above $7. But the percent gain is different, right? Because your cost basis is lower. So also, as it goes in the money, the sold put goes out of the money. Where does carrot cake rank on your cake scale? Below hummingbird. You swinging FSLR? Thinking about it. I feel things on my long calls and short calls are both up at the same time. It's a weird feeling. It's not right below hummingbird, but it's definitely below hummingbird. You should YOLO into TLT puts. I have it on good authority that it's going to 85. Carrot cake is my favorite cake. You need to try hummingbird cake. It's infinitely better. It's like carrot cake, but less shitty with fewer carrots. And by fewer carrots, I mean it has no carrots in it. I mean, we know Dork's taste in food isn't great. Instantly timed out. It does have pineapple. And coconut. Dork is a Taco Bell regular. Do they know him on a first name basis? Well, he just moved, so I'm sure he's building his relationships. I hate coconut, and I've never had pineapple in a cake that tasted good. Well, you're wrong. Bulls aren't going to leave a gap there, are they? They never do that. Well, sometimes they do, for like an hour or so. I'm sure Goivy has some sort of update on their future on 710. Yeah, I hope it's not a sell the news event. I don't see what else it could be. Any YouTubers doing Taco Bell bathroom reviews? I think you've just found your niche. I really want Charm to crush this into End of Day. End of Day 5590. Hold on. How much is the 75 call? Ooh, tempting. Hmm. Really wish we'd stop finding fucking support at 65. Oh, yes, you fucking bitch. Did you strangle 5580? No. I just bought 55s. Interesting. Delta, gamma, charm, all negative. Dealers overexposed on the puts. This should be bearish. Need a little charm to develop. Drill over an overnight and open at 5,500. Still downside support at 40 and 25. Oh no, we broke up. Lame. That's probably the end of all the fun. What about upside fun? Not as fun. Oh, hey, FSLR broke fucking VWAP. Nice. That was a nice support at 25. Well done. Is everything negative and bulls are just like, nah? I mean, everything's still negative. Just slightly less. 2:30 end of day would be perfect here. That's not even a big ask. Ooh, rejected again. Bulls are just pushing it back against the charm. If they want to get charm positive, they're gonna need to move this up quite a bit. Hmm. Do you think the Chevron deference decision will affect how the SEC can enforce their rules on market participants? It should. Should give them more flexibility in like applying statutes of their own derived statutes without like congressional approval. It'll probably take away some of the uncertainty in current regulations. I guess it would open the option for courts to no longer defer to the SEC's interpretation of their statutes, right? Which could narrow their scope. How are Beyond tips? We're not doing too much. Just chilling. Beyond's pretty illiquid. That doesn't necessarily take power away from them. That's really up to the courts, like lower courts, and how they interpret. They're not going to take the SEC's, you know, interpretation of their statute at face value. Carl, why are you timing out, Nuke? Ooh. Very fun. Those need to be on a way tinier scale or they need to be indexed. I'm staying out. I only made $50. It's probably a smart choice. It looks like bulls are just going to try to push back against the decaying charm into the end of the day. And that means we're probably going to close pretty flat. If they push back hard enough, might get a move up, but there's no calls to squeeze anywhere near the money right now. So they'd still have to get it above 75 to squeeze out short calls. And we're really far from that still. Yeah, I see it. Still really far from it. Big old gap up. Like we got 10 minutes left. And the most likely closing range is still going to be like here. Ah, alright, fine. 10 minutes is maybe enough for that. But no significant advantage to the Bulls unless they get it over 75. And even a test of 75 might just sell off. 70 is the same deal, right? 70 and 75 both have enough open interest that they could just, like, the test can just sell off. Capplebees? I may be a terrible trader, but the company I used to work for just subcontracted me at 4x what my hourly was. Hashtag winning. Well done. That's got to feel rewarding. Someday, Wabeef, after your wife forgives you, I hope you're able to subcontractor them. Is that the ultimate win when you do construction? Like if you worked for a contractor and then you become the contractor and then you contract out, like you subcontract your former contractor? Is that like how I would feel if I took down Kenny? What's work? I don't know. I haven't done it in years. Yo, dog, I heard you like contractors, so I got you a contractor to contract with your contractor. Ooh, FSLR, stop being such a piece of shit and go up. I leave the working to Ryan Cohen. Looks like Core One Mount found some buyers at 3. It's not for sale. You laugh, but RC will outwork anyone in this chat. You sold me a Core 1M yesterday. Oh, awkward. Get your fingers ready to buy puts at a 55.74 rejection, as our God has foretold. Did you get it? It was quick. I only have $1. So no. Oh. Nice, man. The fuck is beyond? It's not even a stock, is it? Oh, Beyond Inc. Oh, it's Overstock. Yeah, it's got a little bounce off support. Both trend on the low. Well, it's not Bobby. Bobby's destroyed, effectively. Is core 1 month on show? No. What happened to core 1M in September of 23? You mean when it went up? Well, dispersion was breaking down, like, from, well, from July through October. Wicked from like 3 to 200. I have no idea. Correlation went up a bunch briefly that day. Closing the day at 55.70, 55.69.70. No, probably 72. Oh yeah, that's over. Yeah, right in the middle where the market maker wins. Well, today was fucking boring. We didn't even get the 50 test. I guess we did break down a little from the intraday high, which is some weakness at the start of the week. And call positioning wasn't strong today, but we are building up more of a floor on sold puts at 55.50, which could prompt a move higher into the back half of the week as consolidation continues. Futures ended up closing the day just above support at 56.26. Looks like we got a little bit of a bottom fleshed out here, so we might get another high test overnight, maybe into tomorrow. Looks kind of bullish. Commodities down 1.27%. Broadly, looks like metals and energy falling. Yields didn't really come back around and ended up closing a little lower than they did on Friday. But dollar did pick back up from this morning's lows, mostly on the back of a falling sterling and falling euro. JPY, USD JPY trimmed down a little bit, as did USD yuan. Core 1 month, if I look at it at a smaller time scale, it's probably broke down a little bit today. Yeah, broke or moved up a little bit today, I should say. Yeah, looks like it pulled off of its lows and bounced a little higher. Core 3 month as well, which we started to see some shorting there earlier today, and that kind of fell off into the back half of the day. This is kind of interesting, and that the forward yield on volatility has been inching closer and closer to breaking above 1% again. We're starting to see a little leverage come back in on the carry trade, but not much. But that's, in line with shorting on volatility. Yield curve's still pretty flat over the last few weeks. Bond volatility looks like it trimmed down a bit Friday, probably a little bit more today. Still excessively high, but not as high as it was towards the beginning of last week. Skew looks like it's pulling back. This increases the chance of a larger standard deviation move as more and more of the tails are exposed, but I wouldn't say it's pulled back very far. So a little bit less tail risk hedging, and that's going to be a Friday's close as well. 43.14% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. So still no breadth. A little bit of breadth did come in this morning with Dow and Russell, but Dow ended up kind of collapsing under the weight of falling oil. And Russell lost quite a few bips from its intraday high. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX starting off the week at positive 6%. So we're still seeing correlation move positively. Not at a very rapid pace, but volatility is still being shorted really hard. And Fed fund futures look like they're pricing in still just 2 rate cuts for January. So we got 2 more rate cuts still priced in pretty solidly for the end of this year. Where does this put us on the technicals? Well, we tested that shorter term upside trend and failed it, but we did hold support at 55.70, which is the prior high. A failure below that, maybe we start to move down, but I don't really think anything gets bearish unless price falls under like 54.46. And given the lack of action today, I mean, it's a little indecisive. We could get maybe some failure tomorrow, but I feel like the next 2 days are going to be pretty flat with the JPOW speeches. And we'll probably get more bullish consolidation as that progresses. Packed for an action-packed day tomorrow. I think the only way we get action out of those meetings is if the safety of the banks comes into question, and JPOW is honest about their situation. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Later, guys.